my desktop. So in the last session, we talked about what I call understanding some of the features under data manager, like whatever we missed in earlier sessions, like how are we going to add linear data which can go to base object table directly. Yeah. So we have got very small interface add record, but if you want to add bulk records, that also we could do it. One by using what adding our own script, and second by adding what you call exit. Or I'll talk about user exits in separate module, but I can just remember that. Yeah. So which means without what we call dependent on landing and staging, we can directly make the data available to the base object table. But in that case, so we assume that whatever entry that we make to the base object table, they're all what properly cleansed. So entry people should take care of such things, or else we'll get into some what you call data cleansing issues. Yeah. So that's one thing we discussed. After that, I think we have also talked about multi-selection. One, to perform flag changes. Second, to perform some other activities like accept all unmatched rows as unique, or accept all the records without a match in assignment list, and also accept all without a match. So those things we could perform, flag changes. Those four operations can be performed with multi-selected records in both data manager as well as in merge manager. Yeah. So after that, we started off what we call getting into another data steward data management tool, which is what hierarchy manager. Yeah. So in that, we have seen what we call the prerequisite before we get into what are the prerequisites before we get into hierarchy manager, guys. So first, schema should be ready, or linear data model should be ready, or let's say, or if you're sure about how to build a model, we can also do it. Yeah. So now let us say schema is ready. That's a mandatory thing. Rest of them. So linear data model is ready. It's okay. If not, also it's okay. Yeah. So once we have it, the next step is what? By using hierarchies tool, we can start building hierarchical model. Yeah. I think why we need to get into this hierarchies we talked about. So if you look at this particular existing representation of data, right? So we go with what? State transition diagrams, or we can also say that pertinence, where we can keep track of states for a person or a product or any other entity with n number of what we call links. With that, it is very difficult to keep track of what we call one states and second transitions, or even if you go the patterns. So it's very difficult to keep track of it. That's where we can start representing this particular or converting the state transition to a simple model, which we call hierarchies model, where we can have one what we call root level hierarchy or sub hierarchy or sub hierarchy, whatever, right? So that is very much possible within this hierarchies tool, right? So yeah, in this what we discussed was, let us say someone has created hierarchy, which is hierarchy model. Yeah. Now we need to start making use of that particular model in order to perform the data management. So to do that, we talked about hierarchy manager tool, where we could able to perform first selection of what you call the right profile, which is created as part of hierarchy model. Yes or no? So once you create hierarchy profile, sorry, right profile, which means sandbox environment, then so we can start getting into that particular views. Yeah? Any view to perform or snapshot views to perform hierarchy data management. So in this, we have seen two views. One is a graphical view. So in that, we could able to perform one search for any record, any base object table, and once you search it, then we could able to add a record. And once you add a record, we could also able to build a linkage with what existing record. Plus, we could also delete a record, or we can also create one or set of records within this particular what you call graphical view. Yeah. So which means we can perform, create, manage, consume, monitor. So we started with the consume, then create, then link, and also we performed even now modification of existing record. You know, so that also I think we've done. So that's it. So which means we talked about what you call several what you call options within this apart from what discussed here. Yeah. So like we have also seen zoom in, zoom out representation of this. So hierarchy representation of data in multiple views like orthogonal and a tree view or circular view, whatever, right? Whichever you are comfortable, you can just go for it. One to represent and then save it to some file, JPG file, whatever, and send it for review. So that part was discussed. So to do that, what we did was we have just selected one record. Then after selection of one record, we started off what we call looking at the relationships. Yes or no? So by using what? A single hop. You know? So we have not used many hops or many hops dot dot dot, which means many hops with slider settings, right? So this part we have not used because if there are too many relationships, then we cannot fit all of them within a single window. That's why we have not used it. So we can use many hops dot 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 where we can set relationship per entity, number of relationships, number of levels. So all such things could be set as part of this particular many hops with slider options. Yeah? So that we could take care. Yeah. So what do we infer from this? So we could able to what we call one drill down the complete what we call linked records for one selected record. Remember this, which means so what are all the descendants and what are all the upstream records. So all of them can be tracked quite easily within this hierarchy manager. Not only that, we can add a record and start establishing linkage with any other record. That is also very much possible over here. Yeah. So that's one thing we talked about it. And after that, we have also seen textual view. So similar to this graphical only, but in textual view, we can see detailed properties for each entity, like entity one, entity two, and relationship there and there itself. But in graphical view, we need to select each record and right click and say details or whatever. So that we need to do only just usage, but the concept is in both the cases. Yeah. So this we discussed. And after that, we started off understanding like how to build our own hierarchy from the scratch. Remember guys, as we all know that there are two ways to create hierarchy model. What are those? One, if you already have existing model, you know, so which is a linear model, then you can convert that particular model, let's say existing base objects to what? Relationship base objects. Yes, sir, and that's one way. If you don't have it, then we can also build what we call creating our own entity, which we call new entity and a number of entities and corresponding entity types, relationship, relationship types, and packages, hierarchies, profile, and configuration of each package property. So all that we've discussed as part of hierarchies model, but we need to make sure that whatever has been configured, it is validated. Now, if you have any small issues, you can just, I think we have just seen some issues and we could able to fix it by configuring relevant properties. So this is not complex, provided you need to know what is the entity, what is the entity type. These are concepts: relationship, relationship type, and profile. So if you know these four packages, it's very straightforward, and hierarchy name is very straightforward. So four major concepts you need to understand while creating this hierarchy. That's it. After that, procedure is same. We can just use this particular what you call appropriate profile, which we create a new profile, right? And then start performing then data management operations within this hierarchy manager tool. Yeah. So
Let's see.
that's what. Yes, please.
Do you have the IDD representation to show this? Because in whatever we do here, right, it
Yes, yes,
gets
yes. We are
represented
going to
in
see.
IDD. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
second question is, how much this will be relevant into provisioning tool and E360? Because up until now, I have not seen it's much being used there. But if you can also talk about that, that will be useful.
Yes,
Because in
yes, yes.
IDD, I know it is very useful and very graphical representation between the data. But in E360, I have not seen it. So we can you explain that as well, please?
Sure, sure, definitely. We'll see that. Yeah. Anyway, so hierarchy is going to play very key role. Just to answer the question, if you want to build our own application, which we call data governance application, which is driven from hierarchy. So which means based on the hierarchy, we can build our own application, which could be a subset of this particular hierarchy. That's where we can start with this, which means admin need to configure like how many levels of hierarchy that we need while building our own data governance application. So once we build it, then we can just deploy and get that particular application used in order to perform data management operations in what you call like E360 or data directory, whatever. Create, manage, consume, all that, right? This is a flow that we follow. I'm just talking about high level, and then we'll see practical examples. Yeah. So yeah, then how this particular hierarchy is relevant with provisioning? Yes, there is a link. So I'll talk about it. How we can make use of this hierarchical what you call objects as part of provisioning. Do we need to use it? If yes, where we do we? Without that, can we take care of building our own provisioning model so that that can be taken as input as part of E360 or C360, whatever? This is
One
of
more
course.
question. Sorry.
Yeah.
Can we
Yes,
also covering the provisioning tool as part of this training?
yeah. I'll cover.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Right. So that these gaps will be covered. So where we
Yes.
use, where
Yes.
we don't use. Yes, Rahul? Yeah. Fine. So where did I stop? Yeah. Yes. So once we build this particular model and we've used just to perform data management in Hub Console, but whatever we have done that particular data, particular management operations in Hub Console, right? Similar things can also be done outside MDM Hub, like a data director or E360 or C360, whatever, yeah, even P360, yeah. So we can perform data management operations in external application, but operations are same. So interface is quite different, and some extra things are there, which we will see when you get into this data governance stuff. So yeah, that's it. That's what we discussed, and after that, we started off understanding what you call installation part, right? So, so as part of installation, I think we just started, like, I don't know which diagram I used. Yeah, I think we started with this, like before, yeah, as part of installation, what we need to take care. So take care of creation of app store, then install server components, then see whether we could able to talk to the servers from the client, which is console. Yeah. So these are very high level things, but I will talk about detailed stuff on today's session. Yeah. So after that, we have also talked about what I call in single host system, what are the different components of MDM hub that one can start getting it installed. For example, let's say if you take single host system or SMP, symmetric multiprocessor, where all the components that are required for MDM hub need to be installed in a single machine. In this diagram, we could able to see host machine A, which contains all the components. Example, right? Let's say if you go from the bottom, let's say database server, underlying databases, application server, then deployed server components. So you can see these things. Plus, if you need any external cleansing, then we could also install cleanse engine so that we can avail rich capabilities of third party cleanse engine like IDQ, Trillium, CDQ, or First Logic, whatever. Yeah. So that's it about single host system. Now the question, can we install multiple app servers in a single box? Yes or no, guys? Quick answer. Yes or no?
No.
Yes.
Answer is yes. Yeah. So it's simple port, no. Different port. That's it. It's as simple as that. Who cares whether you are installing it in a single system or multiple systems? As long as the ports are different, right? Then they'll be listening against with that port. Yeah? Anyway, that's fine. Answer is yes anyway. So, which means we can have multi-node configuration in a single box also. It is not that we have to have separate physical boxes. That could be there, but we can simulate the multi-physical source host, multi-host system environment within a single box. How? Because of CPUs. Remember. Yeah. Yes, please. Someone ask a question. Oh, I think it's not a question. So fine. So which means, so we have CPU, right? CPU 1 should point to logical node 1. CPU 2 should point to what? Logical node 2. So which means in a single physical box, we can have multiple logical nodes, and each logical node should point to relevant CPU. So that's we could able to what we call take care of simulating the behavior of multi-node or multi-host system environment in a single box. Yeah. So yeah, we'll talk about it anyway. So now, real physical hosts. So here, what you can see here is what physical hosts here. What we discussed here was multi-host. We could do it, but logical based on CPUs here. I think I talked about symmetric multiprocessor architecture, right? From that, what we understood. So we understood. So all the CPUs would share what common resources like a disk and memory. That is why we call SMP as what? Symmetric multiprocessor architecture or shared everything architecture. Meaning every CPU is going to share common resources like a disk and memory. That's why shared everything. So, but we need to avail the power of processing power or power of CPUs in a single host. To do that, can have multiple nodes, and node 1 app server 1, node 2 app server 2, and corresponding deployed components. So same thing, we can have one node MDB, other node, what do you call ORS, whatever. Yeah, fine. So if you have too many resources, in that case, we can avail all the resources effectively by having multi-node system configured in a same physical box. But let us say if you have very lesser number of resources, then it's better not to go with what multi-node system environment in a single box. Remember that. Yeah. So now in reality, what we do is we go with this particular diagram, which means we go with multiple physical boxes and what you call install and deploy relevant servers or relevant services in the respective mission. For example, let us take mission 1 where we got DB server and master database. Mission 2 DB server master ORS database. Similarly, other mission app server, hub server, another mission app server, client mass server. Yeah, wherever there's a plunge server, right? So make sure that we install plunge engine over there only. Yeah, we can also in some other mission, but there'll be a network issue. So that's why wherever there's a plunge server, try to have plunge engine in the same physical box. The best practice one, it's not mandatory, it's a best practice. Yeah. So that's it. Likewise, you can organize n number of physical boxes and start getting them installed, what you call based on our name. For example, this could be, let us say, mid-sized box. This is, let us say, very high-end box. Why we are trying to talk about high-end? Because match requires more resources. So logically speaking, clan should be in one box, match should be in some other box. So especially match, wherever there's a match, right? We should always go with what very high-end system, because that's where we require lot of resources. Why, guys? Can you tell me one reason why we need more resources for match? One point. We can talk about 10, 15 points actually. One point at least. Why we need more resources for match? Comparisons. So comparison would require more computation power, and every computation power would expect what underlying disk and memory. So that's why we expect what more resources for match. Yeah. So n 10 minus 1, we talked about that. If you have 1 million, so 1 million is 1 million minus 1. That number of comparisons will take place. So which would require lots of resources. Yeah. This is how we organize multi-host system. Yeah. Now let me talk about high-level parts. Yeah. This is not the complete. Yeah. Let us say in order to install MDM, a single host system, the first and foremost thing is what? We need to install one of the database or one of the certified database from Informatica. So what are the database supported by Informatica, guys? One, DB2, second, Oracle, and third, SQL Server. Yeah. So we all know that. That within that also certified versions, not all. Oracle means you cannot install Oracle 9.9 or whatever, right? So Oracle is what? Oracle 10.4 with update 4 or above. Or we can say 11 plus is the best. 11.2, 12C or whatever, right? Anything above is fine. So that's the first thing we need to do before we get into the next step. Yeah. Then create database, then table spaces. Remember, guys, in order to perform simple, forget about this MDM. In order to create any table, insert data to it, what all we need? One, we need access like username, password, and second, we also need port number, JDBC connection string or native connection string. Yeah, and next we also need where do we store? We have to have underlying table spaces, which includes data, index, and temp. These are the common things for anything, but here we are trying to explicitly reserve for MDM for data, index, and temp. because so depending upon what we call our need, we can extend data table space, index table space, and temp table spaces, right? By default 2 GB, we can increase it based on our need. Yeah. Then once you create table spaces, then we need to start getting into the creation of hub store, which includes what we call first creation of master database. For that, there are two ways to do it. One, we can run setup.sql. Second, we can also run and script with the create system. You know? So these are two ways to create master database. Then supply input parameter like username, password, connection string, port number, host name, then master database name. Yep. So all that we need to supply. Once you supply, so master database will be created. Similarly, Hubstore comprises of two databases, right? Master and ORS. So same process we need to repeat for ORS. One, we can run setup ors.sql, and second, we can also run zip and script is there, right? With create ORS. Then with that, we can supply inputs. In both the cases, inputs are same, guys. Setup ors.sql or SIP and dot bat SIP and dot sh space create the ORS. In both the cases, the input parameters are same. We just have to supply, then ORS also will be ready. After that, we need bare minimal metadata objects. That also we can get it for both master database and ORS database by using what? One import system for same script, zip and import ORS for ORS database. That's it. So if you want to create a BPM stuff, we can also use zip and create BPM. So this way, we could able to get metadata. Upstore means just meta. That's what we are trying to do here, right? Making the meta ready. Master, ORS, BPM. No? So then once we are done with that, we can start what we call testing this connections, like whatever has been created. Let's say system connection, sys connection, or all users, right? ORS user, master user, all that you can just get it connected. Then log on to the client and test connection, and then register ORS and make sure that you're able to get it tested within console also, which is a client, which indicates what we have done it correctly, like from database till the usage of in console. Yeah. So that's it. This is, we should not talk about this now actually, because that should be the last part. You know, I'm just talking about because the diagram says that. So now the question, in order to install this particular MDM, what are the privileges that are required? Let us go with what? Limited privileges with non-administrative user. Can we install this particular MDM with non-administrative privileges, guys? Answer is what? No. Like for example, database now itself we talked about, right? So we need to grant to DBA or some create, alter, such kind of what you call operations are required or operations need to be granted. So with a non-administrative, it is not possible. With a proxy, with a limited privileges, we could do it. No. So then developers, we can also create perform develop this and test and apply to and stewards will move. Yeah. So next is what, yeah, as I said earlier, in order to create Hubstore, we can use these two scripts, or we can also use what? Create system and also what create ORS with event import, so import system and import ORS. Yeah. So that's it. Now, once it is done, I'm just talking high level, detail import, I'll still talk about it. Then once we are done with that, so Hubstore part is ready, which is this one, first one, right? Yes or no? Next thing is what? we need to start installing hub server. Yeah. So why we are trying to talk about, guys? Because we know the architecture, right? So client, app server, server, data meta layer. So meta part has been discussed now. Now next layer is going to be what? Server layer. Now tell me, or one of you can tell me, before we install this particular server, what are the prerequisites that we all need to take care? So that's going to be the question mark. Can someone answer this question, guys? So at least some of the prerequisites. So we can talk about so all the prerequisites. At least some you guys can talk. Like we talked about some as part of architecture. Yeah. So what is the prerequisite before we install Hub Server, guys? App Server. Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? Can we install Hub Server without having App Server? No, right? Answer is no. I think we know why App Server is required, right? I talked about it. So then, then we can start installing Hub Server, assuming that App Server is ready. And I'll also talk about what all need to be considered while installing App Server. But for now, you can just remember that App Server is done by or installed by somebody else. Then we can start installing Hub Server in multiple modes, like a graphical mode, command mode, or we can also install silent mode. Any mode is fine, whichever you're comfortable. So graphical mode is a straightforward where we can just go with navigation and supply the inputs for this particular what observer, right? So that's it. So that's what we need to do as part of this observer installation. Yeah. So what are prerequisites for this, guys? App server is done. Then master database, then port numbers, then license. These are the four inputs that we need to supply before we install what hub server. So location is straightforward. Major things are what? License, port number, JBoss or any what you call app server, and master database. These are the four inputs that we need to supply. Let us talk about why only four, why not others. Let's see. Let us see in detail. Yeah. So the next, let's say this is done successfully. Then once it is done, this particular hub server should be deployed in the deployment location of app server. Yeah. Remember, so we've got multiple versions of app server. For example, if you go with the JBoss 36.x, then app server deployment location is what server like production uh, and deploy. Under that you can see this app server component, which is Siberian MRM server, yeah, or just MRM server dot ER file, yeah, enterprise org file. So why we are trying to deploy an ER file? Because this particular MDM servers will be used for dealing with enterprise applications. Yeah, I can also ask a question, right? Why can't we deploy a simple jar or simple var? Why only we need to go with what? ER file. They are the questions, right? Simple jar, it cannot be used to deal with what web-based applications. So say var file, yes, we can build web archive. Var means web archive, but it has got limited capabilities to deal with what web-based applications, especially when we deal with what large to largest enterprise operations, which can't be done by using what var files. That is why topmost deployment environment that we have for all the Java activities is what ER file, which is enterprise archive. So that's one of the reasons why we go with what deploying this hub server components in the deployment location of application server. Yeah. So deployments in from 6.x, P6.x server deploy. Yeah. So that's fine. Where we deploy, we don't care. But what are all the configurations that we need to take care before we get this hub server components deployed? Right? They are the questions that we are going to see. Go on. Yeah. Now, once we are done with that, similar steps need to be followed to deal with what other server components, like we have got cleanse mass server. So we've got hub cleanse install.exe or .sh. We can just execute it in either in silent mode, graphical mode, command-driven mode, or interactive mode. Using these three modes, we can install even this also. Yeah. Supply the inputs like what we discussed as part of hub server. So must is not required here because must is required over here only. Yeah. So that's it. As a result of this, all the what you call services will be deployed in a container like a provisioning, ActiveOS or NT360 or even third-party services or type MRM and then plans, here file, and even Informatica platform. All that, right? They'll be deployed as a result of installation of these two servers. Yeah, the footprint is very small, guys. Smaller the one, better the look like. That's what they have done. Though it's a small, they project it as a big. Yeah, because earlier this product was projected as what formative product when this product was the separate company after acquisition by 2010, I think. Yeah, then they made very big, so extended from pharma to what even some other industries. Yeah, that's where they have got successful Informatica MDM. That's fine. So once you install this particular all the components of what you call MDM hub, we can just get it verified by logging onto this hub console. This particular console can be opened with what JNLP, which is Java Native Language Protocol, that can be opened by having separate Java utility, which we call Java Web Start. In case Java Web Start is not part of this particular what you call JDK installation, right? We can also download that separately and use that to open this particular console. That's it. So these are the high level steps that we all need to follow in order to install MDM Hub. Yeah. Now the next question, do we need to configure some settings? The answer is yes. Yeah. So we will see like what we need to set. So yeah, so these things can be installed in a single or multi. Now this also we discussed. Next is what yeah, this part we need to take into consideration. Remember guys, so JVM settings are going to play very key role for any Java based applications, not only this Informatica MDM, because so we need to install what you call Java. If you try to install Java with the default options, then Informatica MDM would behave in a different way. If you try to install Informatica MDM in what with the own settings, then Informatica MDM would behave in a different way. So that is why, depending upon the word length, it's a 32-bit or 64-bit word length, right? We need to make sure that these Java options have been configured. Yeah. So I'll talk about some more details. For now, let's start with XMS. MS indicates minimum size of a heap. These are the heap settings. First one, second one, heap settings. Yeah. So 512 megabytes and 1024 megabytes. So usually between minimum size and maximum size, the best practice is what? 1:3. In a sense, if it is 256 over here, 768 over here, that's the best practice. Yeah? So, but we can give any numbers it will take, but depending upon the floating what we call operations that we do, so we need to have the range minimum and maximum. For why I talked about 1:3, because in match what we do, if we have, let's say, uh, 10 rows, factor 10 combination it can go, right? If we have 1:3, then floating will be huge, so that you not get into what any unnecessary intermediate cache creation that we could avoid if you follow what 1:3 ratio between minimum size of a heap and maximum size of a heap. But in 64-bit word length, here we can go up to double, which is 2 power 64, it's 2048, which means 2 GB, right? We can also have 4 GB, whatever, but 2 GB is the what you call max it can take. That's a maximum, right? We can give 4 GB, 8 GB, whatever. It doesn't make much difference, but 2 GB is upper limit. Yeah. So that's it. That's about minimum and maximum. Then excess indicates tax size. On what basis we define these numbers? Who can talk about it, guys? Answer is what? Depending upon the number of fields and corresponding size that we have for any base object or any other objects that we have within this MD. So based on that, we can define the corresponding stack size. We should not go to blindly giving some number, guys. It should be logical. For example, if you have n number of objects, if one object take, let's say 100K, just maximum object, just give 100K only, or max 150, not more than that. So if you try to give more, right, unnecessary holes would take place as a result. So we cannot make use of that particular pre-reserved space for other applications. Yeah? And then permissible size, which is a 64 megabytes, that's a default, but we can increase this number, and maximum permissible size 256 megabytes. Again, we can increase that. So out of these settings, right, the first three are going to play very key role in Informatica MDM, because this is based on the fields, and these two are based on what kind of operation that we do within a heap. Remember that. Now, let us say we need to perform these operations in a shared memory. Then in that case, how do you take care? I'll talk about it when we talk about this standalone full.xml configuration file. For now, you can just remember that we are trying to focus on what? Heap settings. Yeah? So that's what we can set it by using what? Set Java ops. Yeah? So that's it. So then we can use similar settings or different kinds of settings for cleanse and match. Yeah, and hub also. No? So best thing is what? Better to have separate settings. Remember that. That is why what we need to do is install what we call cleanse in one container with its own relevant Java ops. Similarly, match relevant Java ops, hub relevant Java ops. That's what we need to do, guys. We should never ever use what same Java ops for all types of servers, because in match you should have more numbers, and if you go with a clans medium, yes or no, then if you go with what hub, flow also okay. So which means depending upon the type of server and amount of data that we have, especially floating data. So we need to define these two numbers. And similarly, this what I call fields or columns with relevant length that we use, right? So that's it. Then the last thing is what? Once we install these components, so we can just get it verified by logging on to what? Hub console, where we can just supply this URL and get in there. So what is SameX, guys? Is options centralized metadata exchange, cross-reference manager, or consolidated management extract. Which is the right one, guys? You can answer later also. Yeah. Fine. So that's it. So similarly, hub also we can take care. So these are the what high level bullet points. I talked about it. Now let us talk about next level. Yeah. So let me try to make
So one quick question.
this. Yes, please.
Nassima, am I audible?
Yes, yes. Go ahead, please.
Okay, in case of heap memory, if we give a ratio of 1:10, what will happen?
Oh, that is XMX. That's what I mean.
Yes, yes.
What happens is when you try to load, right, any object with 1 million rows, so we are going to fail with a minimum. Yeah. So it will create what? intermediate cache, which will hamper the performance. So that is why we need to maintain minimum based on the data and maximum based on what floating operation that we do. Clear, right? Probably I'll try to talk about some calculation, like for a given input data, how to calculate and how do you set minimum and maximum, probably as part of performance tuning, so that you'll get the right numbers, like what need to be supplied. You got right? Yeah. Fine. So any other questions? Okay. So now the next question is what, let's talk about some detailing stuff. As part of first thing we need, let's say we are focusing installing Oracle, but we can also install DB2 and SQL Server. But I've just prepared from Oracle perspective, guys. Yeah. So now, first thing, we need to make this particular database ready, because we can create hub store within one of the certified database. So Oracle is one of the certified database. We need to install that. To install that, for internationalization, you can just set NLS LAN. Then I think we talked about table spaces, right? So on what basis we give these table spaces, guys? Can you think and answer? Yeah. So data should be huge, index and index can be very small. Temp also should be huge because temporary operations, right? So which means allocate data temp with a more numbers. Index, okay. Lesser is okay. Only indexes, right? Like wherever we index it, we just use it, not much. But by default, Informatica installer guide, they just recommend what? Go with 2 GB for all. You know? So you can see, right? 2 GB here, 2 GB here, and also 2 GB here. You know? So that's it. You know? That's it's one of the prerequisite that we need to take care as part of installing, as part of creation of App Store. You know? And then granting, we talked about it. So we need to grant DBA privileges to the user. So like for example, DBA2, any other user, or proxy role is also for CMX system or CMX or CMX OS, whatever. Yeah. So and then TNS entry, we all know that, like whatever service or SID, these things we should take care. And after that, we need to test DB just to make sure that our TNS entries are fine, like a host name, service name. Yeah. So next is what, so I'll just talk about some of the high level, what you call configuration that we need to take care. We'll also talk about detailing of by opening that file and even some more different files in a server environment. You know, in server means in an app server. We'll see that. Yeah. So the first thing, so how to make this particular HTTP instead of HTTP? SSL, right? Simple. We just have to go to SSL section and configure SSL proper SSL stuff like SSL key and username, password, like what we use it for, either SCP or SSH or RSH. We all know those commands under Unix, right? Similar things we need to configure as part of this particular, what you call standalone full.xml. Yeah? So I'm just talking about normal full, not for HA. HA will come to that. So the next thing, let us say we need to make this particular JBoss, which can also be used in what? Unsecure mode. Then in that case, we need to what you call make sure that the security real is configured. So this is one of the property within this, again, XML file, standalone full.xml. Then the next step, once we configure that, we got some more things. So we can run this particular JBoss by using this particular command. with a full .xml as input. Now, but the next question, can we run this particular JBoss in a normal mode? Answer is yes, instead of standalone. So that's where we can see run.bat and supply one of the configuration, yeah, and we can also execute or bring up JBoss in a normal mode. We'll see like what all, or how we can run in a normal mode and how we can run standalone. I think we have already executed. We'll see both anyway as part of installation part. Yeah. So this is the location, JBoss bin, right? Yeah. Go to that location, then issue this command. This home, look at here, guys. In any Java based what you call products, either JDK or JBoss or a Tomcat or Logic or Best Peer, they all follow what you call similar notational semantics with respect to what environment. For example, if you go to Java home and then bin, we set it right. Similarly, we JBoss also JBoss home and corresponding bin. Similar Tomcat home bin, WebLogic home bin, SP and so on. All of those products would follow what similar notational semantics. Even now, Hadoop also, Hadoop home, Hadoop, I think so that also you guys would have done. I'll not talk about it. That's out of this business. So now the next is what how to configure JBoss for what either IDD or E360 or C360. To get there, can you see here? So assuming that we are using JBoss JDK 1.7 or 1.8, whatever, right? Then, so we need to make sure that this async handler has been taken care of. And also, in order to avoid truncating records, we need to make sure that this particular file encoding is set to what UTF-8 so that we don't lose any characters. Just ignore that. Okay. The next step is what? Let us say we need to configure this particular JBoss for multiple mass databases. To do that, so we need to make sure that we have taken care different ports. You know, so JBoss instance for each instance different port. For example, by default, the JBoss uses what 4447, and we can have one more port 4448. Instance 1 4447, instance 2 4448. So that we can just get it configured as part of this particular binding. Can you see here ports? So that when you run or when you start JBoss instance, so we can also specify binding port number for multiple instances. So which means what? The same physical box, we can have multiple JBoss instances or in some other box, anything is fine. But to support this particular multiple MDBs, we need to take care of it. Next, remember guys, as we discussed earlier, if you want to extend the functionality with respect to clones, so we need to have third-party clones engine like a Trillium, IDQ, whatever, right? So we can just get it installed. We all know that, right? How to install IDQ, you know? So Informatica platform. You know? So we supply what you call, anyway, license, then followed by domain configuration, you know? So once we are done with that, then we could able to make this particular Informatica platform ready. Once it is ready, then we can start what we call getting it used in Informatica MDM Hub. Like we have seen the interface, right? Informatica platform. So that way we can use it. Now, the next question is what some more detailed steps that we need to consider while setting up this particular hub store. The first and foremost thing is what? So we need to create mass database. Before we create mass database, what are the prerequisites, guys, that we discussed? Yeah. One, we need to have a user with the DBA privileges. Then only we can start creation of hub store, right? That's the first thing. Let's say we need to log on with a user with a DBA privileges, like a system or some other user. Once we are done with that, then we can start running appropriate what you call hop store commands. Example, so Siberian and script, right, to create master database. This is a command we issue. Then supply input parameters like I think I talked about host name, port number, username, password, connection string. That's it. Then once you are done with that, then master database will be created successfully. In case if we have any issues, right? So we can take a look at the this particular log, which we call Siberian and log, and see what went wrong. No? So that's what we need to do. Now, if you take other way to install, right? If you have executed to setup.html, then we'll have setup.log file. In that, this is similar to what Siberian and .log. In both the cases, we can take a look at what went wrong, or else everything will be smooth. But even if we, let's say, even if you don't want to, even if you don't have any particular issues, right? Still, we can open the log and see what are the steps that it has undergone to create what mass database. We get that detailed steps. So like create user, granting, then create multiple DB objects and views, all that, right? All of them can be seen as part of this creation of master database. So where do we execute this? So we need to get into this particular, wherever we have just extracted a package that we got from Informatica, then under that, we can go to database and bin. Within that, we can issue this command because the Cyprian and .bat.sh, those scripts will be available as part of what database bin, right? And similar process need to be followed in order to create operational reference store or ORS. So we need to go to this particular bin folder and start issuing this command and script followed by create ORS. Or we can also run setup ORS.SQL and supply the inputs. So there are two ways to create, which means what? So why they have provided both interfaces? Because in earlier versions, they used to follow those scripts, setup ORS. In the current versions, they're following what? Cyprian and. But still, we can still use what? Existing commands to make this post created. So that's it. Next, import metadata part for both master and ORS. So for what we did, we have just created let's say master and ORS. Now we are trying to understand how to import common minimal DB objects that are required, which is what we call metadata. So to do that, just supply this import system. But this step is extra thing in later versions. Earlier, we just used to supply what we call dump file, like CMX was dump or CMX system dump or whatever. Even now also we can dump. We have those dump files in the latest version. This is just like a wrapper over earlier versions. They're just adding colors to what you call existing versions, just to say that they've done something. But yes, ease of use compared with earlier. So now if you have any issues, right, with respect to what database errors, so we can take a look at it in what log as and log. So that's where we can see like what went wrong with respect to what this importing metadata from a given dump file. You'll get a dump along with the package. So same process we need to repeat it for ORS. So ORS would take more time, guys, because it would have many meta objects compared to what system meta objects. So that's will take more time. So we need to have patience over because it will be very quick, but it's not. Remember, because ORS if we have model with too many objects, right? Then it will take proportionate amount of time to import all the metadata objects. Remember that. Log files is same as earlier, so siphon and log or whatever. So we can just look at that. Now, assuming that we have created master database with a create system, ORS database with a create ORS, and then import meta for both. master and ORS. After that, we need to make sure that these components are available. So like all columns with the constraints, directories, all views, all that. Yeah. Then we can say that our installation is proper. Yeah. So next is what? Now hub store part only we discussed. Did we talk about hub store installation? Yes, high level we discussed. Now we are trying to what you call get into some more detailed steps. Yeah. Now remember guys, let's say as I said earlier, we can install this hub server in three modes: silent mode, interactive mode, and graphical mode. Yes, sir. Let's say we are trying to talk about in a graphical mode, which is easy to use, where we can just what you call start application server. Why? Can we install hub server without starting application server, guys? Yeah. Answer. I think we're all there, right? Yes or no? Hey, what happened? I think yes. I think we're all there. Yeah.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So, one second. Yeah. So why we need to start app server? So because container. So without that, so we cannot make MDM to work because it's a web-based application. Any web-based application would require what? App server. So we need to start app server. Then we can deploy hub server components underneath under app server. And one point we need to remember here, user wise, right? So you must use the same user name to install hub server and process server. Yeah. So if you install hub server, process server on the same mission, the users who install them must belong to same group. That we need to make sure that Windows group or Unix doesn't matter, but they should belong to what? Same group. That we need to make sure of. So that's it. Now, once you do that, you can just go to that location where distribution location, extract for Windows, you can say Windows, Unix, Windows, Unix. Then execute hub install.exe in Windows. That's it, which is hub server installer. Then follow the instructions. Like I think I talked about port number, master database, app server location, like a JBoss. Then now license, those four inputs, right? So that we need to consider. So next question, can we install this particular, what you call installing and deploying app server in a cluster mode? Answer yes. Yeah. For example, do that, so we can have two JBoss instances and each would be listening on different port numbers, like I said earlier, right? 4447, 4448. This is a default, yeah. So 4447 is pointing to node 1, 4448 is pointing to what? Node 2. Yeah. So, but we need to complete at least after installation one node or node 2, whatever, right? So any node 1, node 2, whatever. So then we can go with another node. So that's it. Yeah. Next question. So in order to take care of clustering, so can you see guys? So this we need to configure is channel full, that XML, yeah, like a bind address and server base directory and node name. So same thing we need to repeat for multiple clusters. Yeah. Now post, let's say we install hub server. Now if you have any issues, so we need to find the cause of failure, right? So to do that, so we can go to logs folder where we can see server logs and post install logs. Yeah. So and see what went wrong. So that's it about what I call installation stuff. I think I talked about all. Plans match it is same ways. That's why I have not kept those steps. So it's similar to hub server, except that master database is not required. Rest everything is same. No? Yes. Now, once we know that, the next step is what? Remember, guys, we can talk about this particular installation in with multiple options we can think. For example, let us say someone has created App Store. Now we need to install what all need to be considered to install other components, especially server components. That's option one. And second, taking care of both. And third, we can also think multi-node configuration, installation configuration in a same box or multiple boxes. Then we can go with other options, multiple mass databases with clients or without with external clients. We can think of installing this particular MDM in different ways. Let me try to cover a 3, 4 or 2, 3, whatever, depending upon the time. So let us start with the first and foremost thing. Let us say someone has created App Store, who has got good knowledge on database, they created it. Now, let's say server people will come in where they need to start installing what? Server components of MDM. To do that, so you can just listen, guys, probably last 1.5 hours. So I'll just show practically. So because if we try to do in parallel, right, many people, right? So we'll go somewhere. I'll just talk about all the instructions practically. Then last 1.5 hours, you guys can just execute them. So write down the commands like what we are going to perform. So the first thing is what? App Store is ready. Server components. Yeah. Now let us talk about very specific to that particular option one, guys. Option one. Yeah. So let us say we are just going with what? Option one. Yeah. So which is yes.
Hey Narasimha,
Yes, please.
actually, hello.
Yes, please.
Narasimha, I'm getting connection error that you have exhausted the limit for connection used by an individual user.
Number, madam?
171.
Just someone logged in. That's what it means.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll see, madam. I think let me cover. After that, I'll
Okay.
just tell them to release. Yeah. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
So okay. Fine. So yes. Now we are focusing on what? Server. Let us stick to that. Now tell me, guys, what are the prerequisites from server only? Forget about App Store. We'll come to the App Store once you complete this server in detail. Fine. What are the prerequisites? Yeah. What are prerequisites?
DB access.
Sorry, which access?
DB access.
No, that is database, right? So now we are in server. That's what I said. App Store addresses, someone has done it. Yeah. So we are in what? Only server, pure server specific steps we are going to talk now. No database business. Database I'll talk about. Yeah. The server. So what is the first? Before we install, let us say Hub server. Yeah. So what are prerequisite, guys? We need what? App server. Yes, sir. So
Yeah.
we need what? App server. Yes, sir. Can you install app server? without any other prerequisites, guys? What is the prerequisite or what are the prerequisites that are required to install app server? Any app server, JBoss, WebLogic, Rest, it doesn't matter for us. Yeah? All are based on what you call one programming language only, yeah, which is Java, which means so we need to make sure that we have got certified version of JDK installed. Yeah. So which means appropriate JDK or certified version of JDK. So certified one, which the base one is what? 1.6 with base 20 or above. Remember that. Fine. So this we need to greater than or equal to. That's what it means. Huh? So this particular what you call JDK need to be installed. And this particular JDK, it could be 1.7, 1.8, whatever. Yeah. Now, this particular JDK, how do you aware this particular JDK, guys? So we can get it from what sun site, whatever. Yeah. So where we can get this in what two forms or two what you call ways to get this particular JDK. Two forms. What are those? One, zippable form, and second, jar executable form, which means we can say installable form. Yeah. Yes or no? Two forms, right? Now let us talk about both. So zippable form means we can directly download, let us say 1.6.20 whatever .zip. Just extract this. Then, so we need to take care of one, setting up what you call Java home pointing to as a C drive 1.6 underscore 20. And we also have to take care setting up what bin, which is in Unix we set path, right? So like set export path, whatever. The Windows, let us say set path. Yeah. So make sure that this is part of the path. So which is let us say existing path, then followed by this path, which is what is JDK, right? So here we need to point to what Java home, which is Java home / bin. That's it. So this we need to set. These things are common, guys. Either Hadoop or sorry, JBoss or WebLogic, WebSphere. These things are same. Yeah. So this we need to do it by ourselves manually. Yeah, because it's we are just extracting, right? Rest of the settings we have to take care. But second option, if we go with what jar executable or JDK installable, then it itself will take care. In the sense when you install, right, setting up this path, right, will be taken care by Informatica. Sorry, JDK installer. Yeah. What happened? Guys, connection is gone. Huh? It is down, I think. Okay, finally it has come. Oh, God. Fine, so it has come. So yeah, now Java is ready. How do you make sure that Java is ready, guys, and which version is ready? So you can check Java version. Yeah, so that we can see which version, like 1.6 or whatever, right? That's it. That's the first thing we need to do. Remember, that's one of the first and foremost prerequisite. Without JDK, we cannot install app server also. Yeah. What is the next prerequisite, guys? App server, which is application server. Let us say we are using what? JBoss. Now, Here also, we can have JBus available in two forms. One, zippable form. Second, jar executable form. You know, in case of jar executable form, right? Simple. We just have to execute Java-jar followed by executable. Let's say JBus hyphen some version 6 or 7 dot jar, which is jar executor we need to download. That's it. It'll just pop up graphical window and starts applying the inputs based on the wizard. That's it. That's what we need to do. And second is what same zippable form I said, right? We can just unzip it and then set what you call JBus home and JBus home and take care of what you call setting up JDK within JBus. You know, so like where is the java.exe, Java, whatever, right? Java home. Those things we need to set within this JBus, like standalone bad or the corresponding conf file, or run.bat or run corresponding run.conf file. Those things we have to take care, like setting up what both Java home and also setting up what binary path, which is going to be set path. So wherever this particular JDK dependency is there for all the conf files, we need to make sure that we have set these two things properly. So in case of this particular jar executable, it itself will take care based on whatever we have set it earlier, right? Here we have already done setting of Java home and Java bin. Those things will be taken care as part of this jar executable automatically without you be the part of this particular what I call JBus. Yeah? So that's it. That's what we need to take care as part of installing JBus. Yeah? Let us try doing it. After that, we'll install Hub server. So let's focus on taking care of these two things. Remember, guys, let us do it practical. I'll just show it. Just watch. You can do it after completion of it. Yeah? Just try to remember the steps. So first thing, under dtemp folder, under this folder, whatever components that are required to make this hub to work, all are available here. Example, the first thing is what? Database. Yeah. So here, all the Oracle related what? DB objects are available so that we can use it for set up hub store. And I'll not talk about it because we are focusing on server. So sorry for that. So the first thing we need to focus on what? JDK. That's what we discussed, right? So make sure that this particular JDK is available. And let's in zippable form, I've just extracted and kept it here. That's it. But after extraction, what all required from JDK to make our MDM hub to work, guys? One, java.exe. Second, Java C. Third, Java WS, so Java Web Start. Why? Java C is required to extend the class functionality example or to extend user exits or to perform taking care of our own process management or whatsoever. Yeah. For all such things, we have to have what we call dev environment that we can get it from JDK. Yes or no? So JDK means Java C to compile, right? So that we need to check over here. Can you see here? So we got Java C over here. That is done. Similarly, once you could able to compile and make it ready, so we need to make it runnable. To do that, we have to have java.exe. So make sure that it is available as part of this particular bin folder. And third, so we also need to have Java Web Start for what? So Informatica MDM. So we can have an application which is in the form of what? JNLP, which means Java Native Language Protocol. In order to open such kind of files, we have to have an application which we call Java ws.exe, using which we can open that extension files. That's it. Make sure that these three things are part of JDK bin folder. Any questions, guys? Try to ask questions then and there itself, guys. If you have any questions, well, I'll have to give some break, some
What is the
couple of seconds.
password for this?
Password VM, huh?
For, server.
Yeah, and that I'll come to that. So last 1.5 right, we'll focus on that. I'll just give the credentials. You can just get in there and start performing execute.
Narsimha, one question.
Yes, please.
Can we use JRE only?
No. JRE only for runtime, Sandeep. As I said earlier, if you want to extend the function to MDM hub, like we talked about plans, right, Sandeep?
Mhm.
So we need to compile. To compile it, we have to have Java C, right? Examples, Sandeep.
Okay.
Sandeep, you got it, yeah. And similar Java WS also. You are right. If you don't want to extend, right, only JRE is fine. JRE
Okay.
means Java environment.
So
Java
just as per the product metrics, I mean, whatever PAM that you provide, I mean,
Yes.
there's sometimes it's mentioned Oracle JRE or IBM JRE.
Exactly, you're right. That's what that is only for using their product.
Mhm.
Only from their product only. They are very selfish, guys. So what we need to think, if you want to extend beyond that, then we need to go with what Java C. Yeah. So like plans we discussed, right, Sandeep? Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah. So yes. So this is what we need to make sure. Yeah. And Java WS, I think I talked about it for the NLP files. Yeah. That's the first thing, guys, about JDK stuff. I hope it is clear. Once it is clear, then I'll talk about another dependent component, which is application server. Yeah. So zippable thing, we just extracted and kept it in what? One location. After that, we can go and set the path. Let us open one command. Yeah. So I'll just go to some location. So set, I'm just
Sima, one
showing.
quick question.
Yes, please.
So, I think they have recommended Zulu SDK, JDK, sorry.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
is there any difference or any known issues with this if we use the open source JDK for this, like Oracle
Let's see.
JDK?
Yeah, see, any open source will have definitely will have some limitations. Yeah? So, but commercial thing anyway will have some benefits. That's why people go for it, right? Yes. So open source is not recommended always. Yeah. So if the customer wants to save some what you call money, then they can go with open source. For example, even if you take tools also, right? Informatica MDM is there. Talent MDM is much cheaper compared to Informatica MDM. Why people are going with Informatica MDM? Because maintenance and other factors. So you got right. Same is applicable for Java also. That's it. Yeah.
We are testing this with Oracle JDK, right?
Yes, Diana.
We are currently testing this with Oracle JDK in
Oracle,
our
you are right.
lab.
It's Oracle JDK. You are right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Fine. Now let us try to set. But anyway, options, everything is same. It's about the product reliability, what you call reliability, stability, whatever, and what you call maintenance. Nothing else, guys. More or less same only features. So set Java home equal to what? So we need to specify the location and then followed by JDK. Where is that JDK? It is under temp JDK, right? This is D drive actually, not C drive. D/temp/JDK. Yeah. Okay. It is going to JBoss. JDK. Yeah, fine. That's it. Now we can just check every setting what we do, right? We'll make sure that it is set correctly. Yeah. Or else it won't work. It in a sense subsequent operations. Yeah. This is perfect, right? Now the next step is what? we need to set the path. Yeah, set what? JDK path. Sorry, Java path. Like I think something asked JRE, right? JRE, JVM, or simple java.exe. They're all same, guys. Don't get confused. Yeah. In reality, we use java.exe. They are the terms we use to understand, like a JRE or simple runtime environment or JVM, whatever, right? That is only for a conceptual understanding perspective, but actual name that we use underneath is what? Java.exe. Now, so we need to make this particular JRE available or ready to use. To do that, we need to set the path. Yes, sir. So what is the variable we use? Same variable, guys, Unix as well as Windows. Yeah. Actually, I know Unix better than Windows, but we are doing it in Windows because we don't have software access for Unix. Yeah. So yeah, set path. Yeah. So we can set path. Where is that? Same thing. So Java home. So which is bin, right? Yes or no? Then don't disturb existing path, which is appended. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. Now we can check for echo dollar path. So not dollar with Unix here percentage. Yeah. So can you see here first one, right? Temp. That's what we got it. Yeah. Forget about others. We don't care. That's all. Now we can verify Java which some version. So we need to know that, right? Can you see, guys? Java version 1.6 with update 20. That's it. So this is a runtime environment which is built from 1.6, whatever. So that's it. Now JDK is ready, which means JDK has got both, right? One, build environment. Second, runtime environment. We got both ready. Yeah. Perfect. So what next, guys? Next, what is next dependent one we talked about here? Guys, you need to talk something, else you'll get a sleep. Huh? So app server, right? Yes. Yeah. So now let us go to again same location where we have got all the components, temp folder. Right? Yeah. So JDK is done. Yeah. And now JBoss. JBoss here also you can see what multiple versions of JBoss because we can use JBoss 5.1 GA 5.11 or 6.2 or 6.1 whatever, right? We got multiple versions. So this we did JDK. Same way we can also use what? JBoss. Let us try to extract this. Yeah. Extract to some location. Yeah. Somewhere. We'll set it under CM. C drive.
Narasimha, from where did you get this zip file?
No, I'll talk about the credentials. Yeah. So, oh, this zip file you can get it from JBoss site. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is a free, right? Open source. This you can get it. 1 second. What is the folder? JBoss. Yeah. Fine. So we are trying to extract to that particular folder. Yeah. So this is how we can extract, guys. Once you download, right? Then what to be taken care after the extraction, that we are going to see. Yeah, so let it get extracted. Next, after that, two prerequisites are done, right? After that, we need to talk about what are the configurations things that we need to take care, or we can understand what all we could do within application server so that they'll be useful in future. Maybe you would have not touched some of them. Some you would have already done it. So we'll try to cover both. Yeah. For example, let us say, so we need to automate this application server so that it should work based on our own way. Let us take that. In that case, what all the files that we need to know so that we can go and change so that things would work as our expectation rather than default. Yeah. So to do that, we need to understand the batch files to start and correspond different files which we call conf files we call, which is configuration files. Yeah. Conf is a folder or file name. Yeah. So we have to take care. And then can you see, guys, there are one more. This is a jar executable. I said two forms, right? Yes or no? So I've just kept both. You know, so one I'll show it in some other system. Let us say we're focusing on zippable one. Yeah. So here it's very straightforward. Java -jar the jar file. So it will just install. So we just have to supply the path as part of navigation. Yeah. So yeah, now we are trying to understand one form, right? JDK we have stored same, and JBoss will go with the same thing, so that we'll be consistent. Yeah. Okay. So now, yeah, let it get extracted. After that, we can start getting it. Can you see, guys? Other what do you call installables? Hub install, which is hub server installation part. This will have hub clients install, which will have both clients and mass server. So and then resource kit. This particular resource kit would contain what I call one pre-built templates, like we have seen clients, right? Similarly, user exits, even for taking care of pre-built templates for data governance process. If you want to enhance, we can take those templates and get it expanded. Plus SIF APIs, SIF SDK we call. Yeah. In that we can have many SIF-based APIs, so that we can take it as a base to build our own SIF or services integration framework application. So we are going to use SIF APIs to build our own application. I'll talk about it, how to use SIF, build our own application by using Eclipse. Well, I'll talk about it if it's Eclipse, is it a JBuilder or simple command line, anything is fine. I'll show one example like how to build our own application by making use of SIF APIs that we get it from resource kit. Yeah. So one class we discussed, other from outside MDM, how to build one application. I'll talk about with APIs. So that both will be covered within MDM, outside MDM. If I get time, I'll also talk about how to create our own what we call task assignment, like update with approval or final review or cancel, whatever, right? Those processes we can also have our own way. For that, we can write our own Java code. Yeah. I'll try to show it possible. So this is what resource kit all about. And we also have what pre-built data governance configuration. So which is one of the application, BD demo or whatever. So we can take that as a base to import, which means if someone has already built application, right, we need to know like how to get it imported or how to make it available to us. So we can get it, and if you want to perform modification on top of that, we could do it, or we can simply use it. Next, we can also build our own application from the scratch, which is outside MDM, and try to get exported to XML so that same XML can be used by somebody else. Yeah. So pre-built one, we can get it from resource kit. Custom build one, we can just create it by ourselves. So you'll understand both from existing, how it looks like. If we create from scratch, how do you take care? Yeah. So in that, how to make use of hierarchies, all that we'll see. And then resource it is done. So that's all. So these three things we need to install. That's all about components, guys. These three plus one JDK and one JBoss. Yeah, so we are focusing on the server components, right? Only these three things, guys. MDM servers, JBoss in this, and then JDK. That's it. Yeah. Any questions on this? Or if you want to add some more things, please let me know, guys. It's taking long time. Fine. So fine. Let me expand that. I'm just closing on existing ones because this is what we're focusing, right? Let's focus on this command. Yes. So all are available in this particular folder. So I think I've said this all that except that Oracle 11G R2. I have not kept as part of this location because you can get it outside also. And so we have already installed this Oracle. We are not again installing that. Okay, that's straightforward, right? I think you all will be knowing it. We'll focus on the ones where we need to learn. Oracle 11th installation part is very straightforward. I think you guys will be knowing it. That's why I'm not going to install this Oracle again. If you want, let me know. I can do that. Yeah, but it will take time, right? Like around 1 hour, so we can save that time for something else. Yeah? So yes, I think it's almost. Yes, it is done. Can you see, guys? So JBoss 511. Some version, forget about it. So can you see? There are two folders over here. JBoss EAP, Enterprise Application Server, and then JBoss AS, which is App Server. Then this is JBoss location, guys. Earlier versions. For now, JBoss EAP 6 point whatever. I think we have done that already. Because I'm trying to show some other flavor so that you should not get into confusion mode. Why we have discussed something else is there. That's why I'm trying to cover two variations. So now till this JBoss home and what we discussed till JBoss EAP 6.1 or 2. That part we have done already. Next. Okay. So now we can go to this location and within this there is a bin folder where there's a run.bat. Remember, we can bring up application server, which is JBoss application server, in two ways. One with standalone, second with a run. Non-standalone I'm talking about. Let us see what does it contain. Yeah. Can you see, guys? In this particular JBoss, so we can set this particular Java home, like whatever we have just discussed, right? Temp JDK. So if we do that outside, we don't need to do it like what we did, right? So within run.bat, we have done it here. Next, we have also talked about Java ops as part of theoretical discussion, right? Can you see here, like I talked about 1:3, 2, 5, 6, 7, 68. I followed this and stack size, all that. Yeah. So yeah. Then we did not set path here. Why? Because if you look at this underlying script, right, they use what? Java home slash bin. And a bin will have what? Java. So you don't need to set it explicitly. But to make our Java to work in a command, right, you have to set that. That is why we have done it there. But here we don't need. Yeah. For example, can you see this guy is using what? Run conf.bat. So we need to go to that particular file and see what does it contain. Yeah, this one, right? This one. So here, Yeah. Here also we can set this Java ops. Yeah. In case we have not taken care as per a rendered bad, but the right location will be conf because this name itself implies conf, right? What happened? Yes. So here we can set Java home or Java and Java ops like what we discussed earlier, right? So instead of setting it here, I've just done it directly in rendered bed itself. Yeah. So wherever conf is the best option. Yeah. So that's it. So that's what we need to do. And once it is done, the next step is what? We can start app server. Yeah. For that, we can go to that location where we extracted JBoss, right? C drive, right? Then JBoss. So please remember, so JBoss, you love recording, but after 2 hours, you guys need to perform. Remember this. So JBoss, you know, if you try to do it in parallel, right, you'll not remember, you'll not think also. This way you'll remember. That's why today I'm going with some other strategy. You know? So yeah, now we can just run it. Remember, in order to make this particular JBus, right, we can run in a different modes like a standard mode, default mode, production mode, or a web mode. Let us say we take a call of choosing those modes of deployment at the time of installing MDM Hub. In that case, we can run empty JBoss. Thereafter, we'll try to set modes. Yeah, can you see guys, observe here. So here, can you see our Java ops here, our Java and our Java home. Look at here, whatever has been set, you could able to see reflection here. Yeah. So, okay, yeah, we can just observe Java's home is there and Java, you can see because Java home is set it, right? Java has come automatically. In Java ops also you can see 256.768 what, which means what? Whatever we have set it, right? So this guy has taken that as input. Remember that, which means run that bad, right? So we can see Java's home, Java, Java ops. No? Rest anyway, we did not touch. We don't need to talk about that. No? So now, yeah, so let it come. So next step is what? We can go with what other steps. Yeah. What are the next step, guys? So we need to start what I call getting into the installation of our own servers. So we can say MDM servers. Yes or no? So first one, which is going to be hub server. So what is the installer, guys? That we talked about hub install.exe. Just now we saw, right? So we can just install. Yeah. Let's go to a location. It's a distribution location, right? I think here temp. I think we're using. So first thing, hub install.exe. Yeah. So there are three modes of installation, right? Silent, interactive, and graphical. We are using graphical here. Enter. Yeah. One more thing, we are using different versions here because let us say there is a one workflow engine which is installed and deployed in earlier versions. Same thing need to be available in later versions, which means from the migration perspective also from both the engines and also application server, it will be useful because we can understand both, which means if you want to migrate complete product of what we install, deploy, the subsequent versions, you'll also understand those steps as well here. Yeah. Yeah, we can think of multiple or different permutation combination, guys, to an installation. Yeah, how to install this. I'll try to show 2, 3 at least. Any questions, guys, from anybody so far?
Nasima, you mentioned modes for this installation, like the graphical or the interactive. So, like, could you elaborate uh,
Yeah,
on this?
graphical means you'll have graphical windows, yeah, where you'll have wizard options, like I said, the path, mass database inputs, you'll have text boxes we supply, and so that's a graphical mode, Lakshmi. And second is what? Interactive mode in console, like in Unix, like a bash prompt, right? It will keep on asking questions on prompt instead of graphical, where you supply the input. You got right? Second option.
Okay.
And third is what silent means. You have property file where you supply all the inputs and then run up install. So it will read the property file. If all the inputs are fine, then it would get installed. That's me.
Okay. Okay, got it.
Yeah. Silent dot properties. Yeah. Okay. Yes. So now we are focusing on, let's say, graphical with a very old version. Can we just migrate? That's a question. Both are same, guys. 9.1 and 10.4 or 10.1, right? Both are same only. And that's why I'm trying to show both worst case and best case. So I'll show that also. Yeah. Let us say I'm 3, location. So first we need to supply what? Location where you want to install. This for shortcuts. So yeah, you can see installation folder. Now license. Yes. So license we need to supply. Then can you see these are the application servers supported, right? Let's say we are using JBoss. Now specify the location. What is the location, guys? Where we just extracted JBoss C drive, right?
Yes.
So wherever, yeah, C drive, CT, and JBoss, till JBoss AS. Yeah. So say okay and click on next. Yeah. Can you see? So we've got multiple configuration, standard, default, all, web, production, right? So why we have multiples? Because each of those configurations will have, let's say, specific pre-built jars. In the sense, if you go with a minimal standard, we'll have less number of capabilities. Production will have more capabilities. That's why default is production. Yeah. Click on next. So on top of it, we've got standalone. That's the next thing. Before you start, we show the following. JDBC. Okay. Oh, this one, right? Oracle driver. Yeah. So that we need to make sure. I think I have to get it. LOCAP. Okay. Let's go. what is that JDBC driver, guys? Oh, JDBC 15.jar or whatever, right? We know that, right? So JBoss. Yes, can you see OJDBC 14.jar? It is already there. So this condition is met. Say okay. Now 1099 is a default port number for JNP. JNP means Java Native Protocol. Yeah. So click on next. Yes, 10 or above. Yeah. Service name. Yeah. Now, from where you'll get this service name, guys? We talked about it. One, we can get it from services list. Second, I talked about TNS presentation, right? Yes or no? Yeah. So, okay. I think here is MDM. Let's see. I think MDM this version. But let's confirm it. Oracle, right? Yes. Yes, it's MDM, right? So Oracle MDM service. Yes, Oracle service MDM. So we can give here MDM. But CMX system, CMX, these are all same. And password. Yeah. Default port number. So we can also verify that port number over here. And something that's that. -1A. So we can. Yes, 1521, right? Yeah. So that's fine. And click on next. Or you can also check it in tnsnet.org. Anything else. So whichever you're comfortable. Yeah. So then see configuration database. App server is done. Database. Yeah. That's it. Then deployment part. So pre is going to check. And yes, can you see installation summary? So we selected folder to install, shortcut to place, and JBoss and database and this. So then deploy, and this is the what do you call space that is required. Yeah, so it's very small thing. This product is very small actually.
Siva,
Yes, please.
you're not, I mean, ActiveOS installation. You're not
No, that
copying
is separate.
I mean, along with this installation, also we can take up ActiveOS, right?
Yes, yes, yes. There is an option while installing. You can select ActiveOS. Do you want to install ActiveOS? Yes.
So you'll be taking it separately.
Not that separate. Yes, you're right.
Okay.
Yes. Now we are trying to install what? Yeah. Yeah. So ask questions, guys. If you have any questions.
So Narasimha, let's say if we want to add any server at the later stage.
Means add server means.
Let's say we have merge and cleanse server in one box. And at the later stage, I want to separate them.
That is very much possible. We can install and configure, like we talked about process server configuration, right? Let's say you install host 1. Yeah. Then here you supply host 1, so that when you run, it will point to that server. That's very straightforward. You got like in utilities, right? We got process server where we configure, right? Add process server, enable clients and match checkboxes. I think you asked one question offline. What offline does? I think I remember a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we need to go and specify host name instead of this previously pointed host, right? Then you need to point your newly added host.
Okay. But that activation of that server would be separate, and then later on you just add the linkage or through configuration, or how is it?
Let's say first thing installation in a new mission. Second configuration part as part of process server. That's all, nothing else.
Yeah, you need not to take downtime or anything, right, for that?
But in case if you are using previous server halfway, right? You need to wait till that get over. After that,
Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's what. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
See, can you see it is executing post installation setup script. Script means sh or batch. It's a Windows batch file. Actually, I've not got Linux setup because I like to work in Linux actually. I work more than 11 years in Linux. Okay. Any questions, guys? Can you guess like what would happen as part of post installation? Ask questions. Yeah. Simple. See, as part of installation, right? It's a exe, right? So internet said jar or zip. It is going to extract and place the files in relevant locations. That's all it does, nothing else. Post installation, what it does, it is going to copy, let's say, extracted jar files to deployment location of application server. It's as simple as that. Got no? Example, mrmserver.el file. Yes or no? So it is going to copy that to deployment location of JBoss. Yeah. That's what it is doing now. Post installation. Yeah. The installation is extract in MDM. That's what they do actually. It's very simple way they have done it. Then the post install means deploy to container. Yeah. So then, okay.
Sima.
Yes, please.
Okay. I mean, if as part of suppose upgrade, does it require a repackage explicitly to be done, or we can just? I mean, if we are changing the app server version, so particular details we put in build.properties file, right?
Yes, that's a good question. Yes, we need to take care of migration activity. For example, if you have configured in a previous version, let's say run.bat some configuration setting, right? Those things we have to take care in a newly added config file. It's a standalone full.xml. You got
Yeah.
it?
So their repackage has to be explicitly done, or it will taken care as part of the
Migration,
upgrade.
yes. As part of upgrade, it will be taken care of. Yeah, but if you want to enhance beyond what was available earlier with the newly added capabilities, right? Then we can just go and modify this standalone full.xml file. Sandeep, for example, multi-MDM database not supported. Yes or no? Multi-mask database, right? Sandeep, in earlier versions. Now it is added. Then we go and change what you call adding port numbers in full.xml. That's one example I gave, Sandeep. So likewise, you can think of some more port numbers like for multiple JBoss instances. So older version they follow starts with 1000 plus, but now they follow 4000 plus, like 4447, 4448, and so on. So such things, yes, small things we have to take care. Sandeep.
Yes.
Yeah. Fine. This is done. Now let us see where it got deployed and what does it contain. Yeah. So we give production, right, as part of installation. Yes or no? So which means though we have multiple configurations and server, but we are not going to worry about all default, minimal, all that. We are going to worry about only production because that's where we are going to deploy. We specify that only, right? Now go to that. Yeah. Then deploy. there's a location of deployment, like in other versions, deployments we have, right? So that's it. Here we could able to see whether our file got deployed or not, which is Siberian mrm.er file. Can you see, guys? So that's it. It got deployed. Simple, very small size here. Is not even 150 MB. Very small footprint. Okay, that's about installation of hub server. Clear, guys? Yes or no? Next, we'll start getting into what next one, which is going to be plunge match. Yeah. For that, you can just click on this. Yeah. Yeah. So meantime, you can ask questions. Any kind of questions. Very small or big, doesn't matter.
Okay, Nasim Sandeep here.
Yes,
So, I mean, if we open JBoss console, I mean, the UI,
yeah.
and if we try deploy and deploy from there. So, I mean, even for restart, whether, I mean, the cache memory that will be cleared off by itself, or it has to be done manually.
Yeah, clearing some will be cleared, not all. So some you need to clean up by logging out to JBoss console, Sandeep. So not all.
So,
Sandeep.
what is recommended? I mean,
So
that
clearing is the best option, but if you go with the optimal way, right? So making some available is the best option. It all depends on the. But best option is what? It's better to go without clearing all and start from scratch so that there won't be any erroneous with respect to results or whatever. Yeah. But if you have a limited number of resources, then we need to go with the other strategy on Sandeep, making some caches available where we have created very for large chunk of cache over there. In that case, we need to better to retain them. Sandeep.
oh, okay.
Yeah. So, okay, now we can just go to next. Okay, we killed 3, right? I think so. 3, right? One second, let me verify. Yes, 3. Then go next. License. Right? Yes. JBoss location. So make sure you remember these steps, guys. You need to perform. Yeah, last. What I'm doing. JBoss, right? Till JBoss, yes. Say okay. Click on next. Production. Earlier, we supplied master database details. Now it is not required. Port number is same. Then run it. That's it. Okay. It's a very small product. It won't take much time also to install. So what is the next thing we need to do, guys? As part of the steps we talked about, right? Yeah. Next thing is what? So we need to verify whether this installation is right or wrong, right? So logically speaking, after installation, right? So we need to restart, but we can also run without restart with some changes. Let's see. Yes. Yeah. Restart later. Done. That's it. That's about servers. So we have installed Plunge Match and Hub server, right? Now, so we need to install, let us say, a resource kit so that we can get the samples built by Informatica. So plus we can also get SIF SDK, all that we discussed. So let's go to that temp folder and install the resource kit. I've already extracted, guys. So logically you'll get all of them in a zip file. Yep. Yes. Yeah. Can you see here? We'll get documentation, sample schema, samples, SIF SDK, VPN, and some utilities. So what if you don't want something, you can also disable. Yeah. So let's try to get sample schema should have been created. Informatica MDM 3. Yes. So we are trying to install all the components of Informatica MDM in single location. Yeah. Just click next, next. Yes. Same thing, production and yeah. Yeah, default password is admin only, guys. Yeah. HTTP, yeah. CMX password, I can say, which is my logging out console, right? What happened? Okay. Fine. It's not that sample was not created. That's how we can ignore this. The database not created. Fine. So probably I'll show that in App Store. When you create App Store, right? We'll create that. Yeah. So that's it. Now let us try to just let's close this, which is standalone because we have not used production right now. We can run this JBoss with the configuration that they have used, which is a production configuration. Yeah. So yes, run.bat -c production. Yeah. -b 0.0.0.0. Correct, no? That's it. So we have to wait for some time. So it's using run conf.bat. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. So that's it about first option that we discussed, right? Which is like for a given hub store, how to install the server components. Now we'll focus on what? Like how to create hub store by ourselves. Yeah. Which server components? So we'll see. Our own master database, our own ORS database, our own VPN, or then hub server plus mass server. That is same as earlier. Yeah. With the, we'll try this with the 10.x. Yeah. Right. I've just shown one older version. Now we'll focus on 10.x. Yeah. Let us try doing it. So let it come. It will take some time, right? So let's use this time for another environment, which is I've just created empty for yes. Yeah. Fine. So let us talk about hub store stuff. I think we talked about theory, right? What is required to make hub store created and ready to use? Answer is what? So we need to follow 4 options for SIP and 1, create system to create master database, then create ORS, then import system, then import ORS, then last one create VPN. So those what we call options we need to supply for Siberian and script. Yeah. Yeah. Prior to that, can you see here, guys? So we need to create table spaces. Yeah. Create table space name and path. I've just given the path as what? This, and I've used default size, which is 2 GB for each table space for data 2, index 2, and temp 2. Yeah. So that's what we can see over here. Yeah. So that's it. Now table spaces are ready. Next step is what? Prerequisites, guys. We need to log on to this particular what we call database with DBA privileges. Yes or no, guys? I hope we have remembered that, right? Yes or no? Yeah. Let us try doing it. Yeah. So let us try to create. I think I have done it for something else. Okay. Okay. So now go to SQL Plus and log on with a user who has got DBA privileges like a system, and password is what? Tiger. Yeah. So we logged in and we have already seen the table spaces, 3 table spaces which are ready to use. So prerequisites are done, right? So next step is what we can start executing those scripts, which is database scripts. To do that, we need to go to some location, right? We talked about distribution directory, database bin. I think that's what we discussed, right? So whatever Informatica says, I'm just following that, guys. So distribution directory, DB, database bin. So DB, let's say distribution directory and database bin. In that we can see script and script, you know, and sh, whatever. You know. So and log any issues that we have, right? We can see it here. And seed log. These are the two log files if you have any issues. Yeah. So that's it. Those are log files we discussed theoretically. We can see it over here. Now, so we need to start executing those operations like what we discussed. If we use zip and right, we don't need to log on to this, what do you call, we don't need to log on to what, SQL plus or any DB environment. So you can directly execute it. Yeah. So let's go to that location, which is which location? This one. Yeah. Let's go to that location. Yes. Oh, sorry. So now, can you see zip and dot back? We have, right? So zip and dot back. What is the first thing we need to do, guys? So we need to use what? Create system, right? Which is to create master database. Done this. Yeah. Script finished now. So fast. See, it is saying unrecognized. Can you see, guys? Error. Then how do you fix it, guys? This problem, which means you're unable to recognize the Java home program space. Yeah. So we can set because some other command we open, right? We can set Java home, which is pointing to temp JDK. Yes or no? That's it. Now we can try to re-execute the same command. Yeah. See, it is completed now. So with some errors, whatever. Yeah. So it's build failed. Why? So we can see that. Yeah. Expanding into DB database bin. So deleting directory, target build number. It got failed. Unsupported version, which is what major version, whatever. So the classes are not available to extract it. Can you guess the reason why we got this error, guys? Yeah. So we are trying to set JDK. See, do we have JDK 1.7? Yeah. So version problem, right? So Java home. Okay. No, 7. C colon JDK, right? Yeah. So which means that's what I said earlier. We need to make sure that we need to pick up the certified versions, either JDK or JRE or JBoss or whatever. Where do you get that? From installer guide. Remember that. Now we need to supply the input. So let's say we are using what? Oracle. Yes or no, guys? Oracle database. Type Oracle. Then service. So let's say we are using service as a default within square brackets, right? If you just enter, we need to select service. Enter. Then CMX system. Let us say we supply our own name, CMX system. Yeah. So test one. Yeah. Enter. Then localhost. That's what we are using to set up this hub store. Then we are using default port number. So in this environment also we have same port default port number, right? So we can just verify it. So let's start -a grep for 1521. Oh, this is Windows, right? So let's start -a. Yeah. So where we can see 1521. Yeah. So that is perfect. Same port number. Enter. Then DB service name. So in this environment, see, I've used different names just to make sure that we don't make mistakes while supplying the input parameters. So we can just go to Oracle, see Oracle service ORCL. So the service name is what? ORCL. So let us try to supply that, and a default is ORCL. Yeah. Enter. Then, yeah, here you can see net current identifier, same thing. Oh. So enter the DB user password. So we can give the same password to make it consistent. So which is CMX underscore system underscore test1. Password is same. And then any local default is English. And system, let's say we are using system instead of sys. Let's use system and password. Why we need DBA privileges, right, to perform PS now for multiple DB objects on that. And then can you see table spaces, index we have, temp we have, enter. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. So the CMX system test does not exist. So user is not there. So we need to create if the user is not available. Yes or no? So user created. Then see if it is not there, it should create. It is created already. And grant all that is done. Build successful. But can you see here insufficient privileges? Yeah. So next grant. So disconnected. Build successful. No. So see, this thing you can just ignore because only for this you'll have problems. Rest will work. So this is master database. So yeah. So with this problem, we'll take a break. After we come back, we will start with what ORS part and import metadata, then followed by other operations. Okay, guys, let's take a break. So we'll meet around 11, 12, or 15. Yeah. Okay, let's take a break. Sir. Lakshmi said something? No, right? So
No.
Natima, I had some issue with my system. So it's like it kind of restarted, means the date was also changed to today's date. So
one second, which system?
104, user 104.
So
So
It
I have,
happened with most of them, Nasima, even for 161 as well.
so I have changed the date, but
161 and 104, right? Rajnish?
Yes.
Yeah. So I actually did like changed it and started the zeros.
Vivek, 1 second. Vivek, is it restarted or what?
yeah, kind of I think restarted
system.
because the date was also changed to today's date. Everything was closed. JBoss was also closed. So it was kind of, I think,
Oh my
restarted
goodness.
from morning itself.
Same
Okay,
with
fine.
me, 106.
Then you can just start. Power on And after powering on virtual machine, right? Change the date, we know, right?
Yeah.
So 106, 104, 161. Correct, no numbers?
Yeah.
So let's start with first one, 104. Yeah. I will start.
So I have restarted actually. I changed the date and standalone bat command I have issued. But it's
Okay.
like it's working like since we started this like 2-3 hours is still going on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What, Rajneesh? Fine. Yeah. But anyway, Rajneesh, so that's not required any
Yeah, I
other
know.
VM,
That's why. Correct.
right? I think now we don't need to focus now. So because we are focusing installation, right? After
Yes.
1 hour, well, you guys can start using another VM, which I'm going to talk, empty VM, right? So we
Okay.
all will be new for that. Yeah. We'll get in there to perform the installation stuff. Is that okay? Vivek, Rajneesh, and
Yeah, that should be okay.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
okay then. Yeah. So we'll meet after the break. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi guys, can you continue? Yes, let me share. Okay. So we talked about one CMX system. I'm just trying to show in log like what we performed. Yeah, CMX system is done. Yeah, and then we can see temp all the ORS also. Can you see here? CMS ORS test one. Yeah, then we can see next step. Yeah, it started new one here. This is import. Yeah. So we can clearly see import, right? Import system here. We just have to give. So if we go to command, yeah. So can you see import system we should give? Yeah. Because I've already done. So let us do it again. Yeah. Oracle service CMX system underscore test. Enter the DB host name, port number, instance name, Oracle, then password. English. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, because already imported, right? It got failed. If it is not, it will import. That's why we got this error. See, already name is already exists because we have already imported here. That's the next thing. Yeah. So it's already imported, right? Yeah. So next, we can also perform importing ORS. Yeah. So let us do that. Yeah. Okay. So same thing. Instead of import system, we should do what? Import ORS. Yeah. Yes. First is what? Oracle. Next is service. Localhost. Port number. ORCL. ORCL. Connection string. Import ORS JDBC connection string. Can you see guys here? JDBC colon Oracle thin at localhost colon 1521/ORCL. This is a complete URL is what? JDBC connection string. We all know that, right? So ORS name CMX ORS underscore test one password CMX ORS test one. Yeah. And English. Enter. Yes. So this will take some time. Yeah. Let us close this because it's going to update this file, right? Yeah. So system is created, CMX system, and ORS is created and system imported. Now ORS we are trying to import. Yeah. So I'll type those commands here. So simple. Yeah. So we need to go to that folder, DB database bin folder. So cd to that. Then issue below command sip and dot bat. First thing, create underscore system. Yeah, from the command line only. Then next is what? Create ORS. Then next is what? Import system. Import system. Then we can say import ORS, right? And one more thing is that just copy and paste, which is create BPM. So that's it. These are the commands you need to issue. Yeah, in the command line. Yeah, just remember this. This is to create MDM master database, ORS database, import metadata for master and ORS. These are BPM meta. Yeah. So see, it is finished. Build is successful, right? That's it. So ORS is also ready. Import ORS, build successful, right? So both are done. Now another one is what? Create BPM. So let us Oracle service.
Narasimha,
Yes, please.
one quick question. In the service SID, if we give any other value apart from services SID mistakenly, what will happen?
Instead of service SID, yeah,
Yes.
you can give SID name. Let us say it's whatever is given TNS name dot overall, right?
No. This one connection type service and SID is given. By default, you pressed enter as service, right?
Service, yes.
Instead of that, if we give any random name, some other name, will it take or it won't?
No, it will not take. It will take either service or SID. So,
But if we suppose enter something other than service and SID by mistake, you say, what will happen?
then build will fail. Again, we need to re-execute it.
Okay.
Yeah. So enter. Port number is same. Default. It's also default. Then default. Yeah. Now enter DP username, which is system, right? And DB password. Tiger. System tiger, right? And active voice. If you want, we can give it. We'll see later. AOS test. Yeah. Then ATOS. Right. Data. Time. That's it. This is just a starting point for active voice. So we just created. So it is successful. That's it. So all 5 commands, like whatever we issued, right? They're all fine. I think we executed all right. Systematically we did. First meta, then populate meta, then even for meta for BPM. That's all we did, nothing else. Yeah. Up. Or else we can also do it by running other commands as setup ORS or setup, whichever you are comfortable, you can do it. But anyway, this is easy compared to setup ORS, yeah, or setup SQL. Yeah. So I hope the steps are clear, right, guys? Yes or no? Yeah. Now, once we know that, actually inside resources, you'll have what you call a database folder. Here we can see Oracle. Can you see here? These are the multiple steps that we can see over here. For example, you can search for what you call dump files. Can you see? So dump file, one is for master database, other is for ORS, which means we gave import system. In that case, it is going to get all meta and corresponding basic content from this particular file. Yeah. So let us see whether we could able to go. Yeah, it's in different form. So you can see, right? So not in same form, but this way we'll have dump file. So you cannot read completely. Similarly, ORS also dump files. Plus, we can also see what you call in order to take care of what you call running this in a different way. Yeah. So we can also use what set of files. But anyway, it's easy, right? zip and whatever. So we can use that. Internally, it's going to make use of all the scripts. For indexes, we use triggers or synonyms, whatever, right? So we have got multiple pre-built scripts. They'll be executed. Yeah. So for example, if you want to create a package body or what are the ZTT files, it uses that. Then granting, it will use that CMX roles. Informatica local it uses this and so on. But anyway, we don't need to worry. That's a job of Informatica. Yeah? So that's it. Similarly for other databases, we focused on this, right? And now I think App Store is created successfully. Yeah, but we have to use it. Yeah, but we have created it. We have to use it. Where do we use it? As part of MDM Hub installation. Yes or no, guys? Yes. So now let us say I'll close this. Yeah. So now we know JBoss, all that we have already done, installation part, right? But we are doing it in some other environment, nothing else. Yeah? Now let us go to a location where we have got JBoss, like what we have used in our environment. 6.2, right? So standalone. Yeah? So we can just start JBoss under bin folder. Yeah? So which is till JBoss EAP 6.2 is the JBoss home. Yeah. So let's go to that location. Yeah. Yes. So now we can issue this command standalone full.xml. Then bind to port. It's a single node installation we are doing, not multi-node. Multi-node, we'll see where we need to change the ports, all that for different nodes. Enter. So what is the next step, guys? App Store is ready. Then JDK. Before we start make moves of this JBoss, right? Make sure that JDK we have JDK 1.7. I think we have used as part of App Store also, right? So that's where zip and script got failed because of unsupported version. We have seen that message, right? And we fixed it by using write JDK. Yeah. So we have already done the setup, which is setup Java home. Yeah. So next is what?
Sima, one quick question.
Yeah.
So usually Informatica provides the supported JDK versions, right? So let's say current version is supporting from JDK 1.5 to 1.8. Okay, for example. So when I do the installation, can I force the installation to use let's say 1.8 instead of any default value?
No, yeah, we can do it because yeah, we can do it, but
okay,
Informatica is not tested, right? That's why they cannot assure that it will work. That's why certified means what? They are already well tested. That they cannot guarantee. In case if you get any issues, right? They cannot guarantee. But most of the cases it will work because upgraded version they'll support prior versions. Yeah.
Okay.
Compatibility thing, right? But Informatica they'll not provide as part of let's say documentation. Yeah.
Okay, so
it's
I'm just
very
asking
strict
because
what they say. Yeah.
So they will provide a range, right, to supported versions.
Exactly.
And let's say I'm asking because when we let's say it is one by default it's taking 1.5, JDK version.
Hmm.
Okay. Until 1.8 is it is supported. And my other applications, right, which use Hub server,
On
non-MDM
1.9,
applications.
let us say.
Yeah, they are on 1.8. They're built on 1.8.
Mhm.
So I want to force this installation to use 1.8, and so that the MRM file, right, which is the final file, which is deployable, has
Yes,
the 1.8 libraries in that.
it will
In there.
work. More than 90% will work, Dayanand.
Mhm.
But because they have not tested, right? Because not certified,
Okay.
we cannot assure 100%. But
Okay.
most of the cases it will work, Dayanand. So there are later versions, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Fine. Okay. Mostly you will not get problems. Yeah. Okay. So I think this is ready. Yeah. What's going on? That's fine. We can start installing, right? So before we install, so we need to get the port numbers. So which port number? That is the uses, right? By default, 4447, I think, still coming over. So we have to wait. Okay. Still not ready. Yes, it is there. It's in listening mode, so we can start making use of it. Yeah. So now we can go to where is that? Okay, go to downloads in this. Yeah, just remember this. Then click on this. Go to Windows. Can you see here 3 files? Then let us start with what hub install. Yeah. Yes. I'll say yes. So before we run, make sure that the date was changed because we are using same license as we have used it for earlier sessions, right? Yeah, it's taking more time to extract because it's got many components. Yeah, so select English. Yeah, click on next. Interface is same as earlier, other versions. Click on next. So let's Info MDM. Fine. So next. License, right? So it is under downloads folder. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yes. Now click on next and JBoss location. So let's say we are using the JBoss used earlier, which is this one, right? This 6.2 standalone configuration. This is from 10.x. Yeah, can you see here? 4447, because we have already checked this JBoss, which is listening against with this 4447 port number, and corresponding management native port is 9999. Yeah. Oracle 12. Then, so let us see here. Oracle 12 is saying, but our environment we are using what? Oracle 11G R2, but still it will work. So yes.
Okay.
Here there's some problems. Example, here we are using Oracle 11G, right? So SQL plus, yeah, can you see 11.2, right?
Mm-hmm.
So most of the things it will work. Only minor changes. Yeah. Now we can supply this detailed service name is same and CMX user system test or whatever. And password. Let's say system test. Oh, hold on. CMX system. Let's go test. So many characters. Yes. Click on next. No. Let's say we don't want ActiveOS. Yeah. And we don't want platform. And production types. That's it. See here, extra things are ActiveOS Informatica platform. The rest, everything is same as earlier. Yes, sir.
Narsima, one question. This Informatica platform is that one which is used for staging, like Informatica platform
Yes.
staging.
You are right. You are right. When you just right click on this base object, you can see Informatica platform. That one is this. For staging, you are right. Okay, so let it go on. So meantime, we'll talk about underlying files of what we have within this JBoss. So that we have not discussed, right? Yeah. So here we are using standalone, right? By running it from bin folder. In the we can see standalone.bat. This one, right? In this, we can just open this file and look at the class path Java home. Can you see here? Here I have just given Java home as this. Yeah, if you want, we can change a program file Java JDK 1.7. Verify that. See program files Java See JDK1.7. So that's Java home and options header size. See this max header size we give guys for what when you do smart search, right? So we'll have more characters. So that's why we need to give more characters so that smart search will not be failed. Yeah. So then UTF-8 for UTF character, international characters. IPv4 stack means, so let's say by default use IPv6. If you want it for IPv4, we need to make it true. And timer, blocking timer, guys, JBoss, right? What happens is sometimes it would take more time. By default, let's say 300 or 3000. It may take more than that. Let's say if you give more, right? It will not fail. Yeah. And then here can you see Java options are different compared with other version, right? So minimum 2 GB, maximum for double, permissible, max permissible, more than what we discussed. And then stack size, it's same as earlier versions. But anyway, we can change based on our commit is yes, please. Yeah, so then we can see other modes. Debug mode is false. In case if you want to run this in debug mode so that it can generate more log messages to identify the cause of failures. Yeah, we can also do it either here or there's a log4j.xml, log for Java, right? So there also we can set the log level. Yeah. So then we are using program name as a standalone.bat under this platform, then command and arguments for debug, and then debug also only that is not required for us. Then JBoss home, this is pre-built path. Then at the end, we could able to see the final formation of this particular, what you call, all the options through which we can run this standalone. So we can go to the end. Yes. Can you see here Java, which is JVM, options, like whatever was set. Then something goes wrong, log file. Look at here, if something goes wrong, you can go and check the log file here. Yeah. Login properties, yeah, like whatever log options that we have set it. Modules, remember there are multiple modules that we use with JBoss to bring up what you call components. Yeah. So JBoss module path, then followed by standalone, followed by specifying path and server options. So this is what the command will be issued by this if we try to execute standalone.bat. Yeah. This is the first thing. Let us support this. Oh, it is failed. Huh? To identify and resolve the problem, review the post install setup log. Info MDM 451. Okay. This one, right? Yes. Which is what logs, right? Post install. Okay, it got failed. Now we can go to server. There is a post install setup script, right? So we can just run this explicitly. Let us see. Fine. So go to that location. Then post. Oh, it got failed. What is it? Oh, set Java on equal to /JDK. Here run. Oh, sorry. Now it is running. Let's wait. What happened? Let us see. Log for night. Okay, you can see the log here. It is saying password. So we need to give this password. Database password, right? CMX system test. This one, right? So here, CMX system underscore test. Let's see. Yeah, now it's taking more time, which means it is doing some post operations like deployment, right? So we can also see intermediate log. See, now it's 4 KB. Earlier it was less, right? Now it is trying to do platform, whatever. So it's going on. So after deploy, right? Where do we see deployment files, guys? It's like in other version we have seen, right? Server deploy, yeah, production deploy. Here, standalone deployment. See, it is trying to do it undeployed, this one. So it has to deploy all undeployed. Only one this one. 12. Yeah, and if it fails, it will just throw error message. Still going on. So, see, it got increased 4 KB to 5 KB. Yeah. So meantime, we'll go to that other environment, verify that. So yeah, so console has come up. Yeah, let's launch. See, Java Web Start. So while bringing up this file, right, we use what? Java Web. So even now, was it is same. There's no change from this version to latest version. Because see, this server is up and running. Yes, it has come up. Yeah, can you see, guys? We got MRM master database. That's it. After that, we can start acquiring a log and try to register one ORS database. Yeah. So yeah, let us click on plus. Next, can supply ORS. Yeah. Or let's say cost underscore ORS. Then supply the details, localhost. What is service name here? MDM, right? And here also MDM. CMX underscore ORS. This is a default ORS. And default password. And see next. Yeah. And click on test. Yeah, this is fine, right? Input details are fine. Now, once you do that, when you click on this, what happens? See this file, data source file, right? It will be deployed under deployment location of JBoss. So it is registered. You'll get a new entry here, which is say ORS. That's it. Now we can verify that. See JBoss, this is where I think this JBoss we're using. Then we can go to deployment location, server, production, deploy. Now we need to look for data source file. Yeah, can you see here? CMX ORS data source XML. Yeah. So whatever system date, right? 422, it's Australian time. So you can just open this. Yeah, can you see here? So we got URL, we got username as CMX ORS, and password is a default password for old version. That's it. We can see that.
Narasimha, can we, like, if I want to add the new data source directly, if I add it here, will it including
data
the
source?
Mhm.
Oh, here. But we
Yeah,
need to have common metadata. If we have it, we can do it directly.
yeah, like on the same database server, I have, let's say, different ORS schema.
Yes. Yeah, if you are right entries here, yes, it would work. Yeah.
And would it put the entries in database repos table? Like
Yes,
if I
that is
say,
required. Yeah, if you do it here, backend type or different things we have to take care. That's one of the problem. So if you do it
okay,
from the console, it will take care all. If not, we have
okay,
to do it those things. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
okay.
So yeah, so that's it, guys. So this indicates what we could able to install it, like JDK part and the app server part, and also MRM server, and also Plus server, and we could able to log on to this and register on ORS, and we can also get into this ORS. So that's end-to-end coverage would take place. It should have empty, right? Yes, can you see? Everything is empty now. So now we can start performing whatever you want. So this is how we can install and get it registered and log on to that ORS and start performing any operations in this ORS. Clear, guys? That's about servers part. Now we are trying to focus on other option in another version, which is App Store part. There also App Store is created. Now we are trying to perform what others. So server installation, right? Yes, post operation, post install script we executed. So it is successful. Yeah. So that's it. Now we could able to see post install script and just to verify at the end. So we should make sure that there are no errors here. Informatica platform data source, whatever, right? So MRM, so all got successful. So that's it about installation and deployment. Yeah. So then now we can say, okay, done. Right. Similarly, we can also install and deploy what plans also. Yeah. But we need to verify it in what deployment location. Let's see whether it got deployed successfully or not. If it has failed, no. So we need to rerun actually. Let us see. So that we have to make sure of. Yes, it is deployed. Yeah, it is deployed. I can see it date and time 12:12, right? 11:50, which is just 7 minutes ago. So now on it is done, right? Similarly, provisioning, whatever, right? All that we can see. Same date and time. Yeah. Now, so we can start getting into what we are using earlier JBoss, right? So earlier cleanse is still there. Now, if you try to install cleanse, right, it's going to uninstall, which is undeploy. Then it is going to redeploy. So let us see. So cleanse part. So to install cleanse, so we can go to this downloads location and click cleanse. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Say okay. Accept. Now we are using 5 here. Yes. Next. Now supply the license. Similar to what we did in other version, right? No change. Go to this location and specify the license. Yes. Then JPass location. Where is that JPass? C drive. So JBus 7 and JBus EAP. That's all right. Say okay. Yeah. This is the JBus home here. Earlier case still JBus AS, other versions. Click on next. Standalone, same as observer used. Then this is same port number and product environment. Run it. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. Okay. With this, I think we have talked about second option. Yes, this option too. So multi-node we'll see next day. So fine. That it's easy actually. Just port number, right? Install one more instance. That's all. Yeah. So we just need to understand the concept. That's why I talked about this concept earlier, right? So if you know this thing, right, then the single host, all multi-host, independent pieces in separate machines. Yeah? So that's a difference. Yeah. Oh, wait, let's see. So we need to go to that location. Post. Let's go to class, right? So similar to MRM server, right? Here also you'll have a post install script for yes, clans. So let's go to this location. And run this post install script. Yeah. Okay. Then you can look at the log and see what it says. It's error, right? We need more changes. Can you see here? It's already installed here. We just try to deploy. Deploy means copy is pending. Yeah. So copy is failing. Yeah. This one. Yes. Reason. Post install. Okay, it's using Java Boom, this one. Oh, again, path problem here. Okay, because other shell, right? Set other shell. Java Boom is equal to /JDK. Other command. So with this, what happens? It's simply going to copy this particular MRM clans here file onto the deployment location of JBoss. Yeah? Yeah, it's doing something now, right? So let's go for the best. Yeah. So we can go to that logs folder. So now log got generated. Yeah. Earlier we didn't even get the log because there was a environment problem. So in the console itself, we have seen that Java home problem. Right? See, now it is trying to perform preparing gear files. This one, right? Clans. Yeah. Underlying dependents. Then uninstalling old one, which is already there, and get it deleted, and then installing it again. It's all successful. So the front end still it is not still going on. Huh? Yes, it is successful. Yeah. Clans, right? Clans logs and is successful. So that's it. This way we could able to what? Understand the error and get it fixed. So here we have seen some errors also, right? So in previous version, we did not get to see these errors. So we have to look at the error, look at the log, and then start getting it fixed. So that's it, guys. Like how to install MDM in some other version. With the Hub Store also we did here. Yeah. So now I didn't talk about this multiple components under JBoss. Yeah. So especially when we talk about what the port numbers. So we can go to configuration where can you see here standalone full dot XML. So that's where we are going to put in a lot of effort in order to make sure that our port numbers does not have any conflict. For example, let's say we have got C4447, so which we are using it for what JBus remote, right? Plus, we are also using for management other port number, which is going to be, let's say 9999 for what? For native port. So likewise, we can check for other port numbers. Can you see, guys? Why do we need this particular HTTP port? Can someone answer this question? 8080. That's a default port number where JBoss would be listening to for HTTP. For HTTPS, which is what indirect port number, 8443. So this is for HTTPS, this for HTTP. For example, if you want to log in, then we can log on to this console by using what we call HTTP with this particular port number. I think in Informatica Power Center, you guys would have used 8443 to log on to admin console, right? Yes or no? Now, let us try to get into it. So this one, right? Yeah, it is ready. Console is ready. Same link only. There is no change. Yeah. Now we are trying to use another JNLP file based on this particular new installation. So now let us try to open with what? Java Web Start Launcher. I think I talked about, right? Java WS. Yeah. Yes, please.
You have installed two instance of application server on the same machine, right?
No, this is some other version. Earlier we talked about other version, Sandeep. So this
But
is
it's
10.1.
okay, but
Yes.
it's installed on the same machine, right?
Same mission, different virtual mission.
Yeah, different
Same
virtual
code.
machine, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So when you are running both virtual machines simultaneously, what all port differences you have made in the standalone full XML so that there should not be a conflict?
No, these are just like separate missions. Even if you use same port number, also there won't be any conflict because separate virtual mission, right? Sandeep?
Okay. For the I
Same
mean,
means you are right. So we need to have some other port numbers. Sandeep?
so how do we? I mean, what all changes can you just
Yes, that I'm going to talk
share
and
it?
for the next option. Can you see here multi-node? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
So that's next thing. Yeah. So yeah, that's a good thing, but that's what normally we do in reality, right? But in production, but in dev environment, I think we use only one because less number of developers, 20, 30 or max 40, right? So one is fine, big high-end system. Yeah. But anyway, ideal production will be using multi-core system. Yeah. But where and all we need to change, I'll talk about Sandeep. Yeah. So Yeah, so that's it. I think we logged in now. It's another instance I'm opening, I think. Yeah, so that's it. So this, so here also we could able to, I think we are getting another instance, yes. Which is what we get here. Yes, admin. Yeah. So test ORS, yeah. Or we can go to this mass database and register another ORS. So I think that we did right in another virtual machine, how to register. Yeah, that's very straightforward. We just have to supply the host name, port number, all that. Yeah, for any database. Yeah? That you guys can try. So now I think this installation is done, guys. So now you guys need to start doing it. Yeah. So because we have 1 hour 20 minutes, let's say. So first thing, so what you can do is, yeah, you can directly get into this. What 10.1 empty. Can you see all guys? 10.1 empty VM. Select and power on. Let me go to this. Yes. So 10.1 and power on because I've already powered on, right? So I'm unable to see that. Yeah. So please select 10.1 empty and power on this. I request everyone to do that. I think we're all doing right. Now we need to start getting into performing practical stuff. You know, I've just shown it in 2 systems. You know, so now you can start doing it. So please power on this 10.1 empty. Where first step you need to create a hub store by issuing these 5 commands that I think we discussed, right? This one, yeah. And here we can use username cmx system underscore test, same password. And then here also you can use cmx ors test user. Then while importing, right? So we need to refer the same user so that meta tables will be imported to this particular schema. And so here we should do that. We should give this, but here we should give this user. That's it. So that we need to perform. Yeah.
Can you play?
So let us.
Paste these commands in chat?
Yes, please. Oh, commands, huh?
Yeah, chat.
Okay, I'll put it. This will create a confusion. User names, I think it's not right. Only commands, right? Yeah. So, yeah. All these 5 commands.
Yeah, also username as well separately.
Yeah, that also. Yeah, that's a good thing. I'll do that. Yeah. So please power on, guys. I think powered on, right?
It's still starting.
Okay, fine. I've just given, right? So all the yeah, to take care of App Store. Yeah. So go to that C drive. There is a DB folder. Yeah.
1 minute, my system is still getting up.
Okay. Yeah.
Narasimha, so I'm moving to 101 empty. It says virtual machine already in use.
What's your ID, madam?
109.
Please share it, madam. Let's see.
Okay. See, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So this is I'm trying
Please
to. Yeah.
power on.
Okay.
Take ownership. You do.
Okay. Okay.
Let us see what happens. Oh, it is failing. Huh?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can power on. Yeah. Fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Nothing, I think it's started, but I can see just a black screen.
Oh. Look, after powering on, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Can you please share?
Yeah, sure. Can you see my screen?
You just click mouse left mouse click.
Yeah, nothing happened.
Still coming up, I think. Coming up.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
it's
make it
taking
more.
make it full
Yeah.
screen. It is doing something. Yes.
I think it's still loading.
Oh, right, you are right. It's taking time. So anybody could able to log in, guys, onto that 10:01 MT PM.
Hey,
Yeah,
Narasimha,
I
I
logged in.
can't. I'm not able to log in.
Unable to miss the reason.
Yeah, I can't see the 101 window. Can you see my screen?
Yes, one second.
Yeah.
Way I can see it. No, this is the one.
Okay.
This is a world one. No, now go do one thing.
Okay.
There's a. Can you see there is a button here, which is from the right side, sixth one. From the right side, sixth button. In the toolbar, right? From the right side, sixth one. Where you can see both, in the sense, workspace and also detail.
Yes, Narasimha. Sorry,
You
I
can see
got
that.
disconnected.
Oh, disconnected. Okay.
Okay, where
Yeah,
is the
from the
button?
right side, right? The sixth or seventh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sixth
This
one.
one help.
Right side, from right side.
Okay.
Sixth one. Yeah, click on the. Click.
How?
Yeah, click, select that one. Yeah. And
Okay.
wait. Then power on. Yeah. Take ownership. Just wait.
Okay.
And you can just power on. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Thank you.
So, yeah.
So Narasimha, for me also it's black screen. I believe it's getting started, right?
Yes,
I see.
taking time. Yeah, yes, you're right. It's taking time. Actually, we would have done earlier. I thought, okay, so it takes this.
It's showing that Windows 7 build 7600. The copy of the Windows is not genuine. It's showing there's
Because the reactivation is not done. Yes. Okay. So after it comes up, right? Change the date and follow these instructions. Right?
Meanwhile, paste that user password also. No? You pasted the commands.
Okay. Username and password. Same.
Yes.
For CMX system, so username is CMX system underscore test type. And password I'll put slash, CMX system underscore test. Both username and password I gave in single line. Similarly for ORS, CMX underscore O, I've just suffixed test, nothing else. Test, CMX underscore ORS underscore test. Same username and password is same, Vivek and others. While supply the inputs, right? These things you need to give. But anyway, I'm there. So once you start, I'm there. Other than this, rest, I think defaults we have used, right? So yes, so straightforward. In case if it takes more time, so after session also you can do it. It's not complex actually.
Nasima, I'm also getting that black screen.
Okay, one second. Before I answer, Vivek, it has come up. Huh?
No, it's like that only.
Oh my goodness.
And means no button also means I'm trying to refresh or anything. It's not loading.
Can you please power off other VMs?
Okay.
But
I think it is very slow. It is coming up for me, but it is
that's
very,
not the
very
reason.
slow.
I think you are right. But I brought up empty install.
So shut down the other VM.
Yeah, it's not shut down. Just power up. But if it is blank, no, click on mouse. That's what I said.
So other VM power off, right?
Yes. Just go to, you can see my system on now, right? One second, I'll show you. I think there's a cross button, right? If you do that, it will power off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cross button or like there is a pause button from there. I can see your screen now.
Okay, fine. Let me show that. Yeah. Now can you see here? The tab, first
Yes.
tab.
Yeah.
So click on cross. Then it
Okay.
plus or power off. Click on power off. Okay? Fine. Okay, others also you can do it. Okay. But how come my system almost similar configuration, right? My system quite okay.
Now it's coming, I think, slowly.
Oh, but this much time, Ayan. I think it took more than 15 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Not 10 minutes.
I had same issue, so I did power off and then immediately I could see the other window.
Oh, then you found the resolution. I think others you guys can follow, guys. Month's solution.
Power off it. The empty one. I
Yeah,
power off
No,
the
one that was open earlier, right?
Yeah,
Windows
that
64 must have been open already. You can power off that,
yeah, I
and
did
then
it.
you can. Okay, now you can go and check 101 or 100 screen. 101 empty screen.
exactly.
No,
So
still
only one.
black one.
Yes. So one VM will be active. Other VM will be down, right? So you get more resources. Yeah, I think that's okay. That's the best thing because it's slow, right? My case it is okay. I have 3 VMs. Three are running.
Still black for me.
Okay. Probably you can just power off and power on again. Vivek, it got stuck, I think. Even that also 1001 empty, right?
Okay.
Power on. Wait for a couple of seconds, then power on. Ayan, it has come. Huh?
Yes, yes, it has come.
Okay, good. So now we can change the date
Yes.
and follow the instructions. Right? So yeah. Anyway, we'll have weekend time, 2 days, right? So you guys can try to install whenever you get free time, because this service is available. So you can just try it out, because we cannot install both of them within 1 hour, right? So whatever can be done, just do it before 1:30. After that, whenever you get time, if not today, tomorrow, whatever, and just try that. Yeah. Last questions, next session to discuss. Yeah, we'll try to do it now itself if everything is come. So.
Narsima, it came up, but it's asking you must restart your computer to apply these changes. So should I restart or restart later? Hello? Narsima?
Oh, sorry. Vivek, you said something?
Yeah, I was saying that it came up, the screen came up and it was asking for a restart. So should I restart it now or I
No,
do restart?
later.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
So then change the date, Vivek. Others also. First thing we need to change the date.
Yeah, sure.
Like, yeah.
2016, right?
Yes.
December
From December, yeah, you're right. Then follow these steps.
Nasim, my mind didn't come up yet. I think my entire sync got restarted, and I had to log in again to 101 PM, and it's still the black screen only.
Did you power off all other VMs?
Yes, yeah, I powered off the previous one that we had,
Only
and then
one you are focusing, right?
yeah, it's only 101 now, but I think
Okay.
it's taking too long.
Yeah, it takes some time.